Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Reading from the Bhagavad-gita as it is, chapter 2, verse 11. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Asochan Anvashochastvam Pragnavadam Chabashashi Gatashun Agatasumscha Nanu Shochanti Pandita Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Ashochan Anvashochastvam Pragnavadam Chabashasi Gatashun Agatasumscha Nanu Shochanti Pandita Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Ashochan Anvashochastvam Pragnavadam Chabasashe Gatashun Agashumscha Nanu Shochanti Pandita Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Ashochan anvashocastvam Pragnavadamscha bhashase Gatasun agatashumscha Nanusho pandita. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Purport. The Lord at once took the position of the teacher and chastised the student, calling him indirectly a fool. The Lord said, you are talking like a learned man, but you do not know that one who is learned, one who knows what is body and what is soul, does not lament for any stage of the body, neither in the living nor in the dead condition. As explained in later chapters, it will be clear that knowledge means to know matter and spirit and the controller of both. Arjuna argued that religious principles should be given more importance than politics or sociology, but he did not know that knowledge of matter, soul, and the Supreme is even more important than religious formularies. And because he was lacking in that knowledge, he should not have posed himself as a very learned man. As he did not happen to be a very learned man, he was consequently lamenting for something which was unworthy of lamentation. The body is born and is destined to be vanquished today or tomorrow. Therefore, the body is not as important as the soul. One who knows this is actually learned, and for him there is no cause for lamentation, regardless of the condition of the material body. So, first of all, I'd just like to express gratitude for this opportunity to deliberate on and share my thoughts on this Bhagavad-gita verse, as it is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead to his dear devotee Arjuna, and translated into my language by Srila Prabhupada for my understanding. So, just to express my gratitude. So, the verse begins, Shri Bhagavan Uvacha, and this is significant because this is just as Krishna is answering Arjuna. He's now become Arjuna's teacher. So previous to this, he was the friend of Arjuna, and he was the charioteer. He was acting in the service role. But now he's becoming the teacher. And we know that Krishna likes to be in that subservient role of with his devotees. He loves to be Damodar. He likes to be Madhava, or the charioteer of Arjuna. But at this point, he's actually happy to also become the teacher of Arjuna. And so Arjuna says, "O infallible," so earlier on, Arjuna is saying, "O infallible one," when Krishna is acting as the charioteer, Arjuna is saying, "Please draw my chariot between the two armies so that I may see those present here who desire to fight and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms." And then Krishna drew the chariot between the two armies, and out of despair, then out of despair now, after Arjuna has seen what's happening, he's now submitted to Krishna, saying, "Now I'm confused about my duty. I've lost all composure because of miserly weakness, and in this condition I'm asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me." Then Krishna smiles. And in the Nectar of Devotion we hear about all Krishna's different smiles. So that's why we can understand that he was happy about this. He was happy to take the position of Arjuna's teacher. And in this verse it says Bhagavan Uvacha. So when Prabhupada has explained in lectures of this verse, he says that nobody can surpass the knowledge of Bhagavan. Bhagavan has 6 opulences, and he's full. So it's significant that the verse begins with Bhagavan Uvacha, because it immediately establishes the authority of Krishna. Now, in the purport, Srila Prabhupada explains that Krishna is saying, you're talking like a learned man, but you do not know that one who is learned knows the difference between the body and the soul. That's the definition of a wise person, that they know the difference between matter and spirit. And so this distinction between matter and spirit is a strong theme of the Bhagavad-gita. In chapter 10, Krishna says, of sciences, I am the science of the self. Now, in science, we learn hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen. I don't know if you did that in South America, but in our country, we learned about the periodic table, and it's an analysis of energy. And so, similarly, in chapter 7, in verses 4 and 5, Krishna says, Bhumir apo nalo vayu kamano bodhiya evacha, earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether, these 8 constitute my separated material energies. So this is also an analysis of the material energies. But then, in the next verse, he says, Apareyamitastvanyam prakritim vidhi me param jiva bhutam mahabaho yayedam daryate jagat. Besides these, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another superior energy of mine, which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature. So daryate, which is in that verse, it means to utilize or exploit. And so this is defined by Krishna as the second energy, the superior energy. So you have the material energy of earth, water, fire, air, ether, matter, mind, intelligence, and false ego. And then you have this spiritual energy, which is the living entity that is exploiting the matter. So this is Krishna. He's explaining how the soul within matter is exploiting matter. And then, directly after that, in that 7th chapter, Krishna explains how he is the origin and the dissolution of all that is material and spiritual, and that everything rests on him like pearls strung on a thread, which Srila Prabhupada explains is the all-pervasiveness of Krishna by his multi-energies, both material and spiritual. So this is quite a bigger picture. So this is Krishna. So this is Krishna explaining how the matter, and then there's the matter, and then there's this living entity within the matter, and then he explains how he is the origin and dissolution of all that is material and spiritual. So then we can think about physics. So physics is another science that explains how we learn. The first principle is that energy is not created or destroyed; it's transformed. So, for example, a demolished house. The difference, the house is made up of brick, compressed matter into a brick, and then the demolished house is decompressed rubble. And the observation of transformation of energies is this matter that's transformed into a different type. It's not actually destroyed, it's just transformed into a different type of matter. The particles have, it's a gross example, but the particles have expanded and now it's become rubble, right? So this is an observation of the transformation of energies. Yeah, I just want to straighten my back. So this is an empirical perception of the brick into the rubble, or another example is electricity into light. So these are what a physicist would say is the transformation of energy. Now, Krishna is actually giving a superior explanation to that. And I'm sure that there are superior explanations of that in physics, but physics doesn't actually touch on the whole bigger picture that we read in the Bhagavad-gita. Now, I'm not a physicist, and someone might assume that that's an assumption. That's actually an assumption that you can say that about a whole, discipline. But we have to acknowledge that this verse is Bhagavan Uvacha. This is actually Krishna giving us in the Bhagavad-gita an analysis of matter and spirit. So, and the other thing is that by the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Srila Prabhupada, just a little bit of devotional service, if you have a little bit of connection to this movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, what happens is you start to perceive something that you never perceived before, and I can understand that it's also not perceived by an extremely materially intelligent person. And so confidently you can say that even though you haven't got that same level of material education, you're perceiving something quite superior to mundane science. And part of that is because the science that is by empirical observation, categorizing or even perceiving the transformation of energy is on an inferior level to this concept of three being soul, matter, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So that the soul being within matter, to understand that concept, is a superior science to the most advanced physical concepts, because it doesn't touch on the internal energy of the Lord. So, for example, if we were to just give this example of the demolished house, we might say, okay, we've seen the transformation of energy happening, but what was the cause of the transformation? Now, it may be that the scientist will determine how that brick became rubble by the transformation of atoms, however it's described. However, Krishna just gives a very simple answer to what is the cause, and what do you think that is? What would you say that Krishna, did I explain that? Did I say that? Yeah, I read that according to verse 5 of chapter 7. Yeah, okay. What about according to verse 5 of chapter 7? What would be the cause in that context? I'll read it. Besides these, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another superior energy of mind which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So you would say that the cause is the person sitting on the excavator. Okay, so the person who's sitting on the excavator is the cause of the demolition. Because he's actually the one who's destroying the house. Now, it seems really obvious, but if you apply that to all manifestations, and that's what Krishna is saying in the Bhagavad-gita, that everything is actually a manipulation by the living entity in this material world. This material energy functions by the manipulation of the living entity. And So that is the direct cause, but the indirect cause, of course, is your first answer, is Krishna. Now, how that happens is hard to understand. Like, how is Krishna the cause of the demolition? Because, you could apply that. If Krishna is the cause of all manifestations and dissolutions, and that's another thing. Like, if the physicist is saying that nothing actually is, it says here, nothing actually is, there's no actual creation and destruction because all energy is sustained. But Krishna is saying that he is the source, he is the origin and dissolution of all that is material and spiritual, which implies that there is a beginning and an end, and that Krishna himself explains that he is the beginning and end. So, therefore, then we contemplate and think, yes, well, actually, I perceive a constant display of beginning and ends in this world. We see a constant, we're even within one, where our existence is within a beginning and an end. And we can see it. It happens even the day. There's a beginning and an end of the day. So, therefore, it exists, even though we don't perceive it as a transformation of energy. We perceive it as a definite beginning and an end. Is it just our perception? Is there really just a constant energy? Is there a sustainable force? If we actually we can choose whether we want to put our faith in, a material discipline of science like physics, or do we want to put our faith in Krishna and Krishna's words? So the interesting thing is that there are, multiple parallels. Like, even we can say that even if we look at the material discipline of science, we look at what's motivating the scientist. Let's just say we talk about how electricity is manipulated into functional light. Now, behind that phenomenon, we can say, if we were to say, well, actually, that is a. If we were to say that is actually. Let's just say that the scientific community, they might proudly say that actually that is genius. That is a genius that the electricity has manipulated into functional light. That is an advanced level of contemplation of energy. Okay, they may say that. So how can you put down physics? Because, you wouldn't be able to benefit from the electricity if you didn't acknowledge the fact that this is an example of sophisticated science, or a person who has got to that level. So then we can say exactly that genius, that Nobel Prize was the origin of that, or the origin of this phenomenon is a person. Thomas Edison and others, they are actually responsible for creating this light bulb. So that living entity is the cause of this physical manifestation. Again, so therefore it's not just a transformation of energy. Actually, they do acknowledge that extra element, the element of genius, or the element of manipulation of the energy, because someone, you could say manipulate, or actually the word that Krishna uses, which is Daryate in that verse means to exploit or to utilize, so that physicists utilize that energy to create something like that. And so that element, that one of the three, that's one of the three, the person, that's a part of that actual cause of the manifestation of energy. So that is a parallel. Now, it's a parallel, but let's go deeper into that. Who So it's a very significant aspect of the invention. But who is that person? What is that person? What is that intelligence? Apparently, like physics is 70% of analysing the transformation of energies, or 60 to 70%, and then 30 to 40% are trying to understand the cause of the forces. It's often forces, forces of energy that caused the manifestation, or the transformation rather, of energy. So it's actually an inferior amount, an inferior percentage, but actually the cause we can understand is at least a third, or like a major, not a third, but a major aspect of the phenomenon. Or Krishna himself places a major emphasis on the phenomenon of the living entity being the cause, and ultimately himself as the cause of all causes. So this is the bigger picture, and we can understand this. We think, this is such an important aspect, but who is that aspect? What is that aspect? Now, science, they explain that, from my understanding, that observational phenomenon is the strongest evidence. What if I can perceive it, it exists. They look for empirical evidence. It's an aspect of science, okay? But immediately, even though that is established, it immediately limits science, because therefore it leaves the investigation at the external energy. There's no way that they can suppose about an internal reality, because they haven't got the instruments to perceive what's going on inside. Even they can understand intellectually that the intelligence is within, because they can't perceive the intelligence, but they can't understand how it's within, or even what the cause of it is. But if in the Bhagavad-gita it's explained so clearly, because Krishna explains it, that the matter is not only earth, water, fire, air, ether, but it's also mind, intelligence, and false ego. It's the subtle energy. So that's an aspect of this internal matter. And then immediately Krishna explains that there's a superior energy, which is the soul, which is residing within the matter, and it's exploiting this matter. So the picture is immediately given to us. There's no speculation. And when, the scientist, to try and understand an internal aspect, it's like a person who wants to feel the temperature of the swimming pool from behind the fence of the swimming pool. They can't actually get in, because by the nature of how these disciplines are structured or framed, they can't go in, because they don't accept a supernatural authority. They only accept something that is a material instrument as defining the evidence. So only when someone will accept a supernatural or a source that already is composed of that internal energy can they actually understand what is that internal energy. And we can, so we have a glimpse of it. So how can we even speak about this? But we do actually have a glimpse of it, because this movement, the movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this Sankirtan movement, is actually internally bright, like it switches on an internal light, because by the nature of it, the nature of devotional service, you are automatically connecting with the internal energy. It's very tangible. And therefore, what happens is your instruments of perception become internalized, because you're getting knowledge, you're hearing something that is it's not just a material sound vibration, it's a spiritual sound vibration that switches on an internal perception. And so when we hear this if we hear a sound vibration that's actually originally come from the lips of Bhagavan, that transcendental sound vibration is going to actually switch our perception of reality from an external one into an internal one. And so our instruments become spiritualized, and then even if we have like no education at all materially, we can actually perceive a reality or a reality over and above what we were fed in earlier years, because we have a different instrument of perception. It's a purified instrument of perception. And so So now, so in this verse, Arjuna is, so this is this analysis between matter and spirit is what Krishna is referring to in this verse. He's saying that if you were actually wise, you wouldn't be lamenting, because you would understand. Then Prabhupada explains that wisdom is actually to understand the distinction between spirit and matter. So, so how would this wisdom then, therefore, rid one of lamentation? How would the wisdom of understanding the difference between spirit and matter actually mean that one would not lament about anything? Because Krishna is saying no one laments for either the living or the dead. There's no lamentation for someone who actually understands, who has knowledge of this distinction between spirit and matter. So how can we understand that? So going to a lecture that Prabhupada gave in 1966, Prabhupada was explaining that about consciousness, and that consciousness, the difference between material consciousness and spiritual consciousness. And he was saying that the body, which is made up of earth, fire, air, sky, and the subtle body, which is mind, intelligence, and ego. So what happened, he was explaining this difference between the gross body and the subtle body in a very practical way, because he was talking about what happens at the time of death. So when we give up this gross body, the subtle body carries one to another gross body. Okay? Now, explaining it like this, that the air passing over a rose means that the air carries the fragrance, the sweet fragrance of the rose. And similarly, the air passing over something filthy, even though the air is pure, but because it passes over a certain condition, it carries that flavour of that rotting thing. So that this example he gives of the mind and the intelligence and the ego, so that mind, that subtle element of ourselves, carries the soul, just like the air carries the fragrance, carries the soul to the next body. And so then what happens is, so what's happening is what type of fragrance or atmosphere does the subtle body create to carry the soul to its next body? So he was explaining that it all depends on the activities that you performed in your life that creates the consciousness of what you're aware of at the time of death. So your consciousness is created by your activities throughout your life, and that creates an atmosphere which the subtle body then will bring you to your next existence. So he was saying that in this life, if we purify just like the rose, we shall get a body which is full of flavour. And he quoted Chintamani Prakashad Nashakalpa Vriksha. So he was explaining this, the Brahma Samhita, just by hearing about what that existence is. The Brahma Samhita is a description of the spiritual world where Krishna is enjoying with the milkmaids of Vrindavan. And the trees, the Kalpavriksha trees, are desire trees. So whatever one desires, the trees there will provide for the devotees there, and everyone is experience ecstatic symptoms of devotion and in association of Krishna. So this atmosphere is himself, Srila Prabhupada, and Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, and all of the souls behind them, all of the great acharyas. They wanted to deliver this atmosphere, to the souls of Kali Yuga, so that we could hear about it and desire to go there. But not only did they do that, then they created this movement. They carried this movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So we come in touch with the Sankirtan movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu through the Harinam, the holy name, the prasad, and devotional service, deity worship. We see this bright life, and we start to, some light turns on. We start to experience something very bright, and we don't realize that the activities, the connection, is actually creating. When Prabhupada says this is creating our bright future, it literally is. It's literally creating scientifically an atmosphere that will carry us to a higher destination just by performing activities that are connected to this atmosphere. So it's very it's very bright and very brilliant. Now, as Prabhupada continued to lecture on this verse, he started to talk a lot about how we're not the body, and so we can imagine the context actually still, in my case, it's still the same, but in the context of the 1960s, which was very sensual, it's a very sensual environment, and Prabhupada went straight there to, in 1966, he was there in San Francisco, and the atmosphere of the consciousness of the people he was talking to was very sensual, and but at the same time there was also a search. There was search. It's such an interesting environment because there was also this receptivity. There was both things. So Srila Prabhupada was trying to convince these, this certain type of human being to, he was trying to awaken their desire and their interest in performing devotional activities so that they would be interested to go back to the spiritual world, whilst they were also experimenting in a very, physical way. So therefore, we can understand that there was a lot of freedom. Like there was even in previous decades of the same century, there was a certain structure in human society, but which was actually pious, but because it was soulless at the same time, these young people were feeling nothing about it. So they were totally smashing down the boundaries of of human life. They were smashing down these, kind of conventional boundaries that are actually wise boundaries, but if there's no soul to it, then, there's no life to it, and it's almost worse. So then Srila Prabhupada was convincing these people. He actually had to do both. He had to say, this is the spiritual world, Chintamani, Prakarasadma, Kalpavriksha, and explain, Radharani and the gopis and everything that was just so attractive. And at the same time, he had to try and convince these people that they're not their body. You're not the body. So he talked, for the rest of the lecture, he was just talking about how you're not the body. And also Krishna does that too. That's tomorrow's verse, or the next verse after today. Krishna is saying, you're lamenting for not something that is not necessary to lament. And then he says, he's saying, as the soul continually passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, similarly at the time of death the soul will continue on. And then in the rest of the chapter, or that part of it, there's a real analysis, just like Prabhupada was giving, and Krishna himself, it was just really giving so many different examples of the soul being different from the body. And this is the knowledge that he's referring to in this verse. And also just another thing, which was also referred to in this verse, when Krishna says, okay, a wise person who understands the difference between the soul and the body, doesn't lament. And so also, when Krishna goes on to elaborate, he says, Dehino smanyata dehe, and then he says, Matraspashasta kunteya sitoshna sukadukada. Just before he gives the analysis of the soul, he also gives this verse, which is really interesting, because in this verse he's saying, he says, try to tolerate the ups and downs of life, the happiness, the distress, the summer and the winter seasons, just like the winter and summer seasons that come and go. Tolerate that. So this aspect of not lamenting about something, about this world and these dualities that we experience, it is hand in hand with understanding the difference between the soul and the body. And this is the practice. We need to become practiced at not reacting and not feeling stuff that goes on. Because and this happens, this is something, it was such a practical thing that Krishna just threw in there. Because you wake up in the morning, automatically you're faced with cold. And then, and then you come to a congregation and you're automatically dealing with people and histories with people. And then you have, so many dualities of happiness and distress that go on, dramas. And then you have the body, the miseries, the happiness and the distress, the diseases and the ecstasies of everything. So all of this is going on in our human existence. And Krishna's saying, just actually take the middle road. Don't be swayed either by the drama or even by the joy of it. Try and keep on the middle road. And there's such a nice story actually about this in the Mahabharata, how when I actually didn't prepare this, but it just explains it practically. When Arjuna was fighting and I'm going to forget his name now. Not Dhritarashtra. Who was that other person who wanted to kill? He was the one that was responsible for killing Abhimanyu, and then Arjuna made this vow that he would kill him the next day. What's his name? I forgot his name. And not Ashvatthama. It's like Drita, not Drita, but Jayadratha. I think it's Jayadratha. And he was the one who had, I think, I can't remember how he was involved, but somehow it was him that was kind of the cause of Abhimanyu's death, of Arjuna's son's unfair death, where all of these Maharajas, honed in on him against the rules. And then, so at that evening, Arjuna made this vow that he would kill Jayadratha, if that's him, the next day before the sun goes down. Otherwise, he himself would emulate himself in fire. So actually, this was alarming for Krishna, would you believe? And the Mahabharata explained that Krishna was actually, even though he's the cause of all causes and he knows everything, but he was showing symptoms of, what would you say, a highly strung strategy. Yeah, because Arjuna was, true to his word, and if he actually did that, that would probably be the end of the battle, because for so many reasons. So Krishna needed Arjuna to be preserved in this battle. So what happened was, Arjuna made this thing, and everyone heard this vow from the other side, so they spent the whole day of fighting protecting this Jayadratha. The whole army was focused on protecting Jayadratha from Arjuna. And Arjuna was just destroying, flanks of armies and soldiers, to get to Jayadratha. And he was actually pretty much very close. It was very, very close. And then what happened was Krishna actually tricked Jayadratha, because he got his Sudarshan chakra, and which also just shows how powerful these armies were. Even the opposite army was so powerful that they were able to, right up to the end of the day, they were able to keep Arjuna at bay, even though Krishna was the charioteer. So Krishna actually had to intervene. He got his Sudarshan chakra, and he shielded the sun. So the sun was shielded, and it seemed like the sun had set. And then, so the army immediately saw the sun, and they immediately threw out their weapons in joy because they knew that Arjuna would stick to his word, and that was the end of Arjuna. So they all joyfully, praised and dropped their weapons, everyone, including Jayadratha. And then the Sudarshan Chakra passed over, and that was the moment that Arjuna could shoot and kill Jayadratha. So this example is given of joy. Like if someone actually, and this happens to us too, when we become elated, often what's followed is, a fall because we lose our balance. And Krishna is saying a wise person doesn't lose perspective of the goal, even if there's, despite the joys and despite the sufferings. So this is how, even if there is a depressing thing, the depression is temporary. This is the point. It's temporary, and there's ways that you can strategize. Like if everyone hates you, you can just feel it's something better for me. Even if you can't get out of that situation, there is something better. It helps you to be detached from, say, a community, detached from whatever's in the future. There's a positive thing in the worst thing. If the body is diseased, actually you naturally become detached from enjoying it. And in that way, this detachment is so helpful for being able to focus on a different destination, this detachment. So there's things that, there's a positivity. You have to see the silver lining within every cloud, and also just be wise to not lose perspective when everything seems to be going well, because we are in the material world. So so that's just the wisdom that's coming up. That's in verse 13. But this is what is hinted here in this verse, that we shouldn't lament, because if we lament, we're going to lose perspective. This is what's happened to Arjuna. He's lost. He even knows that. He just said before, I've become weak. And he can feel it. So this is something that, in actual fact, the truth of the matter is that Arjuna was such a close associate of Krishna that this is actually, this whole pastime that we're in here, this pastime of the Lord that we were in, is orchestrated with associates that are not at all, don't at all have the consciousness that we have, but we wouldn't be able to relate to them, or if they didn't actually act in a way that is relatable to us. So when Arjuna is lamenting, we are always lamenting in this world. We're always lamenting, and so Arjuna is simply lamenting because we are. So therefore, we can relate to this, and then Krishna is able to respond to Arjuna. So we should take Krishna's response personally for us. That actually that is totally meant for us. That Krishna's words to Arjuna, why are you lamenting? It's not worth it. That is meant for us. Actually, it is not worth it. We shouldn't lament. Even if we think, oh no, I should lament. This is lamentable. This is actually really depressing. No, it's not. It's actually not depressing. Even if someone is chastising you at work, you might think, oh my God, that's so depressing. Actually, we shouldn't be depressed by it. Any type of thing, it's like, don't lament, because actually the cause is Krishna. Krishna is the cause of everything. He is the cause of all manifestations and dissolutions. So even if the dissolution is something practical in our life, something dreadful, like the death of a relative, or some change of event, which is what Arjuna is perceiving of the future, it's not actually depressing because it's coming from Krishna. Krishna is the cause of it. He caused that. So he's the sustainable factor. He's the string that all the pearls are on. So if we can try and be philosophical, that this event that's happened in my life, say a relative has died, it's a pearl on the thread. it's hard to understand because it feels painful, but it's something that's caused by Krishna, because actually that relative doesn't actually belong to me, he actually belongs to Krishna. That's the truth. That soul that died was actually never mine, it was Krishna's. And that sense of possession that I have of that person, that was my sister, or that was my, relative, that's an illusion. Because right now she's not my sister. Right now she's not, because she's gone. So the reality is that that event was a pearl on the thread, like something was meant to happen, and likely she was taken to an even, whatever situation it was, it's better. Or, it's part of her own growth. So if we have that faith that Krishna is, orchestrating everything, we won't lament, we'll see it philosophically. So I'll stop there. Does anyone have any questions or comments about anything, or anything else, or something, realization that they can offer on this verse? I'll read the verse again. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "While speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead." Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was an amazing class. You should give class more often. Actually, I had so many realizations during the class, but I would just ask a question about just the last thing you said about lamentation and getting depressed about things, because ultimately we don't see that the cause of our distress is Krishna in some kind of way. It's Krishna arrangement, so we can try and see the positive side. So I found that when I go through material distress, it's easy to, I feel it, but I recognize that it's material and it's temporary. But when I feel that my spiritual life is affected, for example, when I feel that I'm starting losing taste, or I feel that I'm not really close to Krishna. So when that has to deal with, my spiritual life, then I really feel distress and I lament. So I guess my question is, I don't know really. You said that we should also he is the cause of all spiritual things as well. So behind that separation, let's say, that I feel, distance that I feel, he is behind that as well, I guess.
Yeah. Well, yes. So lamentation, the lamentation that you're describing, for example, is, say, something that you are is related to your spiritual life. You can see that, let's give an example that you left your spiritual practices and returned to your other life, and then after some time you realize that you had left something, and so you start to lament, right? So that's an example, perhaps, of lamenting for your spiritual life, So you might think, well, that's not a bad lamentation, because by lamenting, what did I give up? That might actually be the cause of you returning to your spiritual practices. So, but at the same time, that lamentation, any type of lamentation that brings you to a spiritual platform is actually not lamentation. It's not a lamentable thing, because it's brought you to the spiritual energy. But perhaps your question is, isn't there a place for lamentation in spiritual life? Yeah, while you're even practicing spiritual life, isn't there a place for it?
Is it fair to be sad in those moments, something like that?
Yeah, you're actually practicing, and, something comes up that's an obstacle and you lament about it. Well, I think the answer is no. The wise person doesn't lament. So if you're finding that you're lamenting for something, perhaps you need to consider whether it's worth the energy to lament about it, because actually it's likely that you will lament because we're all lamenting anyway. So we could possibly say, can I just finish my point, then you can say, we could possibly say that we're actually constantly lamenting and the idea, the practice that Krishna is giving us is try to give up the lamentation, right? Yes, Prabhu, you wanted to say something?
What is this word, lament?
Oh, what is the word lament? Okay. Is you do seriously mean, like what is meaning? Or are you just saying because you've come from Bali, then, No, he just came from Bali, so you don't actually know the meaning of lament in Bali. Yeah, so lament means to cry. Yeah. The lamentation means crying, means feeling sad. Like feeling like some remorse about something. So, yeah. So I think the answer to your question is, when the lamentation comes, you're feeling lamentation, that is the moment when you apply this. Think, no, I'm not going to lament about this. I'm not going to feel it in a negative way. Because, even just thinking that, Krishna is saying the wise person doesn't lament, you are preserving your energy. Why does Krishna say that to Arjuna? He wants him to fight. He doesn't want him to fall down that rabbit hole of thinking, if I kill all these relatives, what about all of the widows? This is one of his examples, like what about all those women who won't have any protection? Well, Krishna's actually going to say, at the end of this conversation, he's going to say that all living entities should surrender to me. Sarvadhamma prityaja mamekam sharanam praja. And I would really love to know what happened. How did Yudhisthira protect all those women? I can imagine they probably, got set up for, a very auspicious destination at the end of their life. So, this is actually Krishna's call to joy. And we can even see how practical it is, because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement is actually so joyful. It's like day and night. Well, that was when I saw the devotees and I met the devotees. By Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Prabhupada's mercy, I just thought, oh my God, that's so. I understood immediately what the word effulgent meant. So it's the mercy is there, but then of course we have to go in. But how fast we go in or how slow we go in, that's just up to us. But I think the answer is. But if anyone has a different answer, I think that's at that moment that is the call to joy. Yeah. Did you want to say something? Or no? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. But practically speaking, it's a habit, so we can't just sort of be artificial about it. But we could probably even just think, oh my God, here I am lamenting. Probably shouldn't be, yeah.
Just to conclude, I'm trying to understand. For example, if I have days where I feel like I have no taste in spiritual activities,
yeah,
instead of being sad about it and lamenting, I can just observe it, being aware of it, and knowing that eventually it will pass because it's temporary.
Yeah.
And if I have trust in the process, then the taste will come back.
Yeah.
So instead of being sad, it's just being accepted as it is, and do not think that it's a negative thing and being sad about it.
Yeah,
right?
It's actually better. Yeah, that's a better answer. Yeah, that. I think everyone would have heard that, right? Yeah, that's actually a really good answer. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because actually, it does. You can feel it actually, but yes, to become to observe it as something that is temporary. That's cool. Yes. Yeah.
But that's in the past. And so is it more just like bringing yourself to the now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that Is that a sense of...
Well, in this case, Arjuna was lamenting about the future, what was going to happen in the future.
So it's a little bit of past and future.
Yeah, so lamenting about the past, I mean, there's a verse that Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, forget the past, it sleeps, nor of the future dream at all, but live in times that are with thee, and progress ye shall call. So that is also, in relation to not lamenting about the past. So yeah, it's like part of that too, yeah, bringing yourself into the present, yeah, that's right, yeah, thank you.
In my understanding, another definition of lamentation is that you had a certain desire and this is not fulfilled, therefore you lament. But at the same time, there's a saying that Krishna fulfills all your desire. But seemingly, I don't know, it seems like that lamentation is kind of necessary to be detached from this material world, knowing that it's not designed to be perfect. But at the same time, there's a saying that Krishna fulfills all your desire. So how do we understand both points?
Right, so are you saying that we have a desire and then we might lament if it's not fulfilled, but even though Krishna fulfills the desires, we also need a sense of detachment. So,
because it seems like that lamentation is kind of necessary to be detached from this material world. If everything is perfect, it's not easy to detach. But at the same time, Krishna fulfills all your desire. So I don't know, it's hard to connect both.
Yeah. Well, I guess if we just teased it out a bit, Krishna doesn't fulfill all of our desires when we want it. So often our lamentation is during the interim period before it's been fulfilled. It hasn't come yet. So, even if you have material desire and you have faith that Krishna fulfills all your desire, you needn't lament, because then therefore Krishna is going to fulfill it at some point if you hold on to that desire. I think possibly what you're saying is that the purpose of lamentation can be positive if it helps you become detached from your desires, because we do understand that even though Krishna can fulfill all of our desires, he doesn't necessarily want to fulfill the desires because he has something better for us. So that's the kind of the underlying point of this philosophy. So that's when lamentation could be positive, because you'll lament, I never got this thing, Krishna, so maybe I should just surrender to you because I never got that thing. I imagine that Krishna will be like, yeah, okay, that sounds good to me. But yeah. So, anyone else have anything? Did you want to say anything about it? Yeah.
Thank you. So I like to dissect things a little bit just to make sense of it. And sometimes I tend to overthink things, so you can always just say, let's just leave it.
Okay.
So you gave an example of, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You gave an example of the death of someone, which is quite powerful in emotion for individuals. And, sometimes, I think emotions are there for a reason to help us process and evolve. And I like to think that, our joys and our struggles in life actually bring us closer to Krishna as well.
Yeah.
So there's purpose in that. So I get what he's saying in terms of lament, but then is it discerning where we should be having those emotions, and then discerning what's useful to us to bring us closer?
Yeah, well, if we relate it to this example here, Arjuna is lamenting because he's perceiving the loss of his relatives, and these were people that he loved, who had trained him and looked after him as a child. Imagine that he knows all of his sisters, all of his aunties, they're all going to lose their husbands, and his teachers and his uncles, all of these people So you can imagine that, just like if we've lost a relative, it's not a light thing, it's a heavy thing, you feel it. So why is Krishna seemingly saying, this lamentation is not wise? It's not wise for you. Why are you lamenting? Because a wise person wouldn't lament either for the living or the dead. And he's smiling too when he's saying it. He's saying to Krishna, to Arjuna, Arjuna knows that Krishna wants him to fight and kill them. So what is it then? Is this your question? Like, what about the sensitivity of what's actually happening here, or what's happened to us? Why should, if this can be explained to us, or we should apply this to, say, a loss of a relative, is that sensitive? It just seems maybe a little bit not seeing that actually we could deepen by actually feeling that emotion of grief. So why is Krishna saying this? Yeah, so I guess we are going to find out that answer, because now he's going to explain the wisdom, and then he's going on to explain it. But to give you an answer, I could only perhaps say that at the time of death, we are surrounded by our loved ones, and it may be discerning as we're leaving them. It may be discerning that we had practiced to try and develop this philosophical aspect to our grief, because it's going to be quite an intense experience, probably, as we're grieving. They will be grieving, so we will be possibly grieving too. And it does say that in the Srimad Bhagavatam that someone who's very attached to this world is really grieving at the time of death when they know that they're going to be leaving their loved ones. So possibly this is a call of Krishna to try and develop this sense of philosophy behind our feelings, so that we can have that strength. It's sort of come to mind, but I hope I haven't come across as insensitive, and no. I'm sure that on the battlefield Krishna was saying it in a very sensitive way to Arjuna. I think he was actually, but I hope that the answers will be here too. So yeah, thank you for your depth. Yeah. Okay, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
How are you? Well, I'm going to start now, and then we'll have the arti at 6:30. Why, you want to do something? You wanting to do something? No. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We'll get ready for the arti. It's a beautiful song, actually, just to go the meaning a little bit. I won't translate every word, but we're celebrating the arti of Lord Chaitanya on the banks of the Jahnavi River. Right? Janava Tatavani. Anyway, something about the whole universe, Jagamana Lobha, the whole universe is becoming maddened by the beauty of the kirtan. On the right-hand side of Lord Chaitanya, on Lord Chaitanya's right, is Nityananda. And on the left is Gadadhar. Not here, we don't see Gadadhar here. But in the song, it's saying like that. And then it's also giving respect to Advaita, Srinivasacharya. When it talks about Lord Brahma coming to do the arti, while Lord is seated on a golden throne. Then it talks about who's there singing, Narahari, Vasu Ghosh, and all these other great kirtaniyas. Together they all celebrated. The conches blew, the bells rang, the cartels chimed, the mridangas played sweetly. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. So that's and it talks about a garland of forest flowers hanging around the Lord's neck, and he's shining like the light of a million moons. Bahukoti Chandajini, Vadana Ujjvala. Ujjvala means shining, Bahukoti like a million moons. Gala Deshe Vanamala, Kore Jalamala. And then finally it says, Lord Shiva comes, Shukadev Goswami comes, Narada comes. And Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is just delighted to celebrate this Gaura Arti in the presence of all these great souls. So that's what we're singing Iba Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kasubha Iba Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kasubha Janavi Tatabani Jagamana Lobha. Himodokhi Nitai Janbami Gadadha Nikate Advaita Srini Vasachatro Nara Hibobasi ache Gauratan Ratna Singho Sane. Arati Koren Brahma Adideva Gane. Nara Hadi Adi Kodi Chamaradu Laya Nara Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Goshadi Gaya. Kima Shankar Bhaji Ganta Bhaji Bhaji Garo Tala. Mathura Mridanga Bhaji Paramarasana. Shankha baje, Ganta baje, Mathur Madhur, Madhur baje. Shankha baje, Ganta baje, Mathur Madhur, Madhur baje. Shankha baje, Ganta baje, Madhur Madhur, Madhur baje. Shankha baje, Ganta baje, Madhur Madhur, Madhur baje. Madhur Madhur, Madhur baje. Madhur Madhur, Madhur baje. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hibabaho Kauti Chandradini Vadanayutada. Gala desi vanamala Ore jalo mala Kiva Shiva Sukha Narada Premi Gada Gada Bhakti Vinoda Deke Gaurara Sampada Kiva Daya Jaya Gaura Chande Aratika Subha Janavi Tatavane Jagamanalo Bha Gaurange Adutika Sobha Jagadana Manalubha Gaurange Arutika Sobha Jagadana Manalubha Gaurange Arutika Sobha Jagadana Manalubha Gauranga Ranutika Sova Jagadana Manalubha Jagadana Manalubha Jagadana Manalubha Nittai Gaura Haribo Haribo La Haribo La Haribo Nittai Gaura Haribo Haribo La Haribo La Haribo Namah Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Shunyavadi Paschatyadesu Tarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari Nitai Gauranga Jai Nitai Gauranga Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari Jaya Krishna Balarama Jaya Giri Govardhana Jai Krishna Balaram Jai Giri Govardhana Jaya Radha Godan Hari Radha Godan Hari Radhe Jaya Radha Godan Hari Radha Godan Hari Radhe Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jai Sisi Gaunitai ki Sisi Radha Govardhan Hari ki Sisi Krishna Balaram ki Giriraj Govardhan Hari ki Srila Prabhupada ki Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bo Namaste Narasimhaya Namaste Narasimhaya Praladalana Daine Praladalana Daine Hiranyakashi Purvaksaha Hiranyakashi Purvaksaha Silatanka Nakalaye Silatanka Nakalaye Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha Jato jato jami tato Nrsimha Jato jato jami tato Nrsimha Mohi Nrsimha Hridaye Nrsimha Mohi Nrsimha Hridaye Nrsimha Nrsimha Madhishara Nang Prapade Narasingham Mading Shadow Nang Prapate. Kavakada Kamala Badenakam Advuta Sringa Dalita Hiranakashipu Tanubringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare. Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare. Bhakti Vigna Vinasana Sri Singare Bhagavan Ki Bhaktaraj Pranad Maharaj Ki Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Vancha kalpatarubhyasya kripa sindhubhyeva cha Hotitanang pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Thank you for your